Part 3. Abominable Snowman. Legend come to life. Ivan T. Sanderson. Monster around. Reform, Alabama. A mysterious creature is still roaming in the woods around nearby Clanton. It eats peaches, makes sounds like an elephant, and leaves footprints like an ape. This whole bit is really becoming very difficult because little squibs like this should not include so many splendid possibilities. Of course, it would eat peaches. Who wouldn't? And I must admit that a herd of elephants in a forest can sound exactly like a troop of chimpanzees having a ball. But who in Reform, Alabama, I like that name, Reform, Alabama, yes, is that good on ichthyology of the anthropoidea. There is a sort of chatty approach about this story, giving the impression that among the citizens of Reform and Clanton, there is a considerable understanding about these beasts, and there is a definite indication that its presence is not a new event. In fact, then, are the bottomlands full of runaway apes, or do we have an indigenous or some peculiar abomination thereabouts? I could give an opinion, but I should refrain, for it would be even more loathsome. Now, and with a certain sense of relief, I may say we can get back on the straight and narrow path and pick up our foot tracks again. These we first stumble upon in southern British Columbia at the end of the Sasquatch Trail. Thence they went south over the border, and willy-nilly we have had to follow. This is going to get us into a most unpleasant labyrinth. It is actually a maze, with several alternate correct courses, all of which cross each other and land us up in seemingly impossible predicaments. I follow the foot tracks first. In progressing in space, we have first to retrace our tracks in time to even earlier than before, to the 49ers, in fact. It was about that date, 1849, that Anglo-Saxon type Americans first descended upon the West in any substantial masses. It was, of course, the gold that did it. Actually, this area was the first to be penetrated and colonized by Europeans on this continent. The Spaniards having made some really astonishing advances north through it from Mexico. Few people realize that these intrepid savages, in their clanking armor, carrying little more than their lovely and holy crosses, actually got into what is now Canada through the mountainous third of our country. This area is still giving our bulldozer operators trouble in crossing, from east to west. But here again is another story. The point is that the Spaniards later, and very sensibly, contracted into the more fertile and pleasant areas and just left the rest to the benighted Amorites. During this long period of some 300 years, no less, things went along much as they had done since the last ice advance in this area. Outside of the Spanish missions, there were, however, some most agile-minded priests who interested themselves enormously in the land and took the Amorites quite seriously. They left records of some of the legends of their flocks that made the most interesting reading. I have to mention the fact of the existence of these now because they constitute the earliest site of our trail, leading as always from the Northlands on towards the salubrious climes of the tropical America. They, the records speak of, great wild men of the dry upland, arroros, and massed, I guess it's pinon forests that trampled lugubriously about at night, scaring adolescent Amorites and leaving monstrous footprints on the sands of that time all over the region. But after these ecclesiastical indiscretions, there is a couple blank as far as I know until 1849 gold rush. Sorry, I wish I could read it better. I don't know if anybody can, to be honest with you. Then things began to happen in typically Yankee fashion. This particular facet or phase of the ABOMINABLE has, like the overall picture, to be tackled in retrospect and in order of its discovery. The alleged incidents, in some cases, occurred over a century ago, but the records came to light only in the last few years. They had been lying buried in newspaper morgues. What actually happened, and this is quite apart from the reports on individual incidences, is that a whole mass of Easterners, unacquainted with the far West, suddenly appeared on the scene and went barging off into the outlands looking for gold. Prior to their arrival, there had been plenty of people along the coast, and Italy dotted. I don't know what Italy is. You guys know what that word means? It's not Italy. It's ID. IDLY. See what he says about this. With no particular purpose or reason or foundation.
Idly.
It is idly. Idly. But it's not idly, it's
idly,
idly. I guess maybe I've heard it before, but never heard anybody else say it. Did you know anybody said the word idly? Idly, I've heard. Idly is a different word. It's turning into a freaking grammar lesson or a spelling lesson for me.
idle,
Idly. But idly is not the same as idly, with no particular purpose, reason, or foundation. In an active or lazy way. But I guess I always thought it was idly. Idly. You'd think it's 55-year-old man would have known that, but I guess not. Especially if you don't spend your time reading books. It's becoming a lost art for me. Anyways, so let's go back to this idly. Idly docks of prior to their arrival, there had been plenty of people along the coast and idly dotted about the inner belt of the west. But they had stayed literally around the water holes in the latter, while they had not gone back inland from the coast in the more northern and better watered areas. That is from the north end of the Sacramento Valley to Puget Sound. It was when the Easterners tried to penetrate these lands of mighty forests and seemingly everlasting mountain ranges, on one behind the other, that things began to happen. Some things they got a bit out of hand. Sometimes they got things a bit out of hand. We are now back in the Montana forest, of which we have spoken so firmly, and we are, I guess it'd be not Montana, it'd be Montane. It'd be back to the Montane forest, of which we have spoken so firmly. We are going to stay in them for a very long time. Before we go any further into them, though, I should state a few basic facts. Such types of forests, and there are actually about a couple dozen of them between Alaska and Tierra del Fuego. Tierra del Fuego. Is that how you pronounce it? I don't know. Fuego is what it is. Tierra del Fuego. Are well nigh impenetrable. This is why not only just substantial parts, but the greater part of them, even in our own country, are not yet opened up. I'm having a hard time reading this book, but I'm going to do it anyways. And I don't care if anybody listens to this one or not. His style of writing is very difficult to read. And with the print, it's even more difficult. So, you try to get the cadence of it. It's very difficult. This is a loose term, so to be more precise, let me give one example of the state of current affairs in what is just about the most accessible of all of them today. This is the 17,000 square mile block of territory centered around the Klamath River area in Northern California. The extent, position, and boundaries of this area may be seen in maps 5 and 7. You may calculate its dimensions for yourself. This I beg of you to do, rather than writing to me about it. Please note also that it starts at the bottom about Clear Lake, which is just 70 miles north of San Francisco, and it continues on north into Oregon. Actually, it is confluent with a much faster block in the Cascades, and is nowhere completely cut off by farmland and non-forested land. For other lesser blocks in Oregon, and thence to, and it says something about the True magazine. Anyways, in the article mentioned above, and True magazine and Extra Zero unfortunately became attached to the error, given a mistake that started with my typing, but when clear through to the published story. This resulted in a deluge of several thousand letters, but when it had been corrected, just as many people wrote scoffing at the true figure. Many of these were Californians, and some even from the counties concerned. Okay, so back to this. He's saying about this stuff, and he says many of these were Cali, Washington. I have no idea what the, I know Californians, and even some had, okay, no, that's not it. From Oregon and thence on to, oh, damn, it's so fucking hard to read. Jesus. It is really hard to read. I mean, I'm going to do it, but let's try this again. Actually, it is confluent with a much vaster block on the Cascades, and it is nowhere completely cut off by farmland or non-forested land from other lesser blocks in Oregon and thence on to Washington. I should explain that in delineating these wilderness blocks, I do not consider a road, even a main blacktop, to be a boundary, for it does not deter any living thing that I know of from passing from one side to the other, provided there is cover on both sides right up to this edge. This great area has been surveyed, and there are maps of it down to the very large scale in conformity with the best series published by the Coast and Geodetic Survey National Forest and other official agencies. These are neat county maps covered with names and a grid on a scale of 4 to 10 of an 4/10 of an inch to the mile, that look perfectly splendid at first sight. However, I ran into a federal agency surveying party when I was deep in the middle of this block in 1959, and spent several evenings with the chief surveying officer, who told me things and demonstrated certain facts that, metaphorically speaking, caused myself and my two traveling partners to lose our eyebrows upward. It transpired that this area had only once been surveyed, and then that was by unofficial surveyors under contract to the U.S. government in the year 1859. Furthermore, the survey was ostensibly made on a 1-mile grid. That is to say, the surveyor was supposed to walk a mile north, south, east, west to a fixed and drive a stake, and continued doing this till he reached some previously selected line at the other end that linked up with the next survey. The original notebooks carried by these surveyors, in 1859, and in which they recorded the facts and figures of our surveys in the field a page to a mile, or a file in the are on file in the lands office in San Francisco. They are a revelation. The surveyor whom we met told us that in one notebook he had found no less than 23 pages absolutely blank, without so much as a thumb mark on them. And he told us that all the books covering this area were like that. He stressed that this is no deprecation on the earlier surveyors, as he said. They actually did a remarkable job, on the whole, managing to join up the surveys to the 60-mile triangulation made from mountaintops, and now corrected from aerial photograph. But he pointed out that the greater part of the resultant maps are pure conjecture, and most of them made by what surveyors called camp surveying. What of course happened was that the country was so rugged and impassable that the surveyors just went in as far as they could, then came back out, went around to the next possible entrance, and tried again. And when they had enough fixes around the edges, they just ruled lines. Just ruled lines connecting what they had, adjusted a bit for error, and then ruled in the rest of the. I want to say it's ruled. We're calling it ruled instead of rolled, and ruled in the rest of the grid. And this, combined with names given to visible mountains, ranges, and meridian settlements in accessible valleys and logging operations, filled the whole thing out nicely, so that on paper it looks almost like the outskirts of San Francisco. Actually, this great block of territory is quite unknown. Mind, this is 60 years ago, things changed a little bit. Nobody goes into it much except a short way from its edges, and particularly nobody has gone through it. I interviewed one experienced, locally bred woodsman who took a 3-week summer vacation to attempt this. He did cut across the southwest corner of the square, but was a week late getting back to work. A friend of mine working in there at the time of the writing did come upon a lone and unknown prospector of the old school some distance in, and he had a mule in there. One scientist from a university in California wrote a furious letter about after I had published my report on the ABS emery of this area, stating that he had collected animals all over every bit of the area during several seasons, and added gratuitously that its entire fauna has for decades been well known. This is a point at which I find it very hard to remain civil. The whole of this country is clothed in a peculiar kind of montane, closed canopy, mixed deciduous conifer forests, a magnificent proportions, and containing some of the finest timber in the world. It grows in 3 tiers with an undergrowth. The tallest trees, such as the Sitka spruce and the Douglas fir, run up to 150 to 200 feet and stand pretty close to each other. Under them, on the upper reaches, there is a closed canopy of smaller conifers, and the valleys of deciduous trees, such as maples, mandrones. Is that what it means? Mandrones, etc. And beneath both of these, there is usually another closed canopy of large saplings and smaller trees of mixed constitution. Beneath these, again, is another layer that is almost impenetrable, being composed of brushes and the dead branches of the spruces and firs, which are as strong and as spring steel even when leafless, and which persist right down to the ground like a barbed wire entanglement. It took me half an hour with a sharp machete to get far enough from one road in the country not to be able to talk to my companions left on the road. What did I just say there? It took me half an hour with a sharp machete to get far enough from the one road in the country not to be able to talk to my companions left on the road. I am a fair bushwhacker, having been at it all my life, and I am pencil thin and thus highly suitable for going through and under things. But this is not by any means all. The whole of this country is constructed like a freshly plowed field on a monstrous scale. I don't understand that. Okay, I get it. So, saw the bumps and root. Okay. While its mountains and peaks are not high by Western standards, they are immensely steep and closely packed, so that there is practically no horizontal ground throughout the whole country. And I live in Northern California. I remember I've been visualizing this. Yeah, I know you probably don't really understand what I'm reading, could even stand it. But I'm visualizing, because I lived in Northern California, I can just see what he's talking about here, right? It's just how packed these these mountains were, and the peaks, and they were steep. Yeah. The whole thing is a nightmare even to experienced woodsmen, and something much worse to road builders. This is the real state of affairs throughout a huge block of territory within 100 miles of one of our greatest cities. Although almost everybody in that city would deny it positively, and even the majority of citizens of Eureka, a large and prosperous community right on its edge, have no idea of its true nature. Conditions are even more difficult in other montane areas, but from now on I shall simply be saying of them as we approach them that they are either better or worse than the Klamath. This is going to relieve me of the necessity for a lot of verbiage. Readers may also find this useful in arguments. While it will give some sort of key to assessing other forests in other lands. Actually, though, this Klamath forest is just about as difficult as I have ever run into. And that goes for the tropics too. But it, of course, pales before the British Columbian vegetation on the grounds of topography. For whereas we have here to deal only with little mountains, there they have enormous ones. It was such topography, moreover, that was tackled by the greenhorns from the east looking for gold. They didn't get very far, but they did, according to the older Amorites still living, who got it from their fathers and grandfathers, cause the ABSMs to make a sudden mass withdrawal into the interior recesses of each of the blocks at that time. So let's see what it is. They did not get very far. Let's just read this whole thing. It was such topography, or that was tackled by the greenhorns from the east looking for gold. They didn't get very far, but they did, according to the older Amorites still living, who got it from their fathers and grandfathers, caused the ABSMs to make a sudden mass withdrawal into the interior recesses of each of the blocks at that time. This interesting information was first given to me by a Mr. Oscar Mack, doyen of the Yurok clan of the upper Hoopa Valley. The same statement was cropped up again and again during my investigations all over Puget Sound to California area. If moreover you look at map 5, you will note an extremely odd fact. This is that early reports and of various types came also from what is now Idaho, in what is called more technically the North Montane Province. Some very funny things happened there in the early days, and they seem still to be happening. Most of them center around the real wilderness area about the upper Salmon River, which flows into the Snake River as shown on that map. It was in Idaho also that the first foot track scare took place. This is an interesting story in several ways, as has naturally been received with whoops of joy by skeptics. The story is from the Humboldt Times in July 3rd, 1959, and reads, I've been around there. I mean, it's just like he said, is when you say that, it's like, it means nothing because, like Northwest Ohio, I can confidently say, huge stretches of it, whether from here all the way to the Momami River, 30 miles, and probably 100 miles going from the Lake Erie all the way into Indiana and more. It's just flat. Just you can count it just being flat. In fact, I'm from the highest point in the whole Northwest Ohio is a couple of miles from me, and it's a cemetery, and it's flat as pancakes. So it's the only real rolling hills you have are creeks and streams that cut through the land. I am close to a couple of hills and stuff like that. Actually, honestly, what me and she won't give me credit for, but we did make this decision. We couldn't put my son in a better location as far as where to live, unless it was on a lake. I don't know, that'd be too isolated. I feel sorry for my son to have dad like me. I just watched him, he's with me today, and it's like, I don't do anything with him. This is the best I can do right now, is barely read. The MS is that bad, and I have no money, and I hate God. If there is a God. He's just a bitch. That's all he is. The story of a century-old Bigfoot in Idaho adds color to legends. But Betty Allen Times correspondent Willow Creek, Mrs. Alvin Bortles, Boise, Idaho, discussed an account of a Bigfoot who lived prior to 1868 in the wilderness of Idaho. The mother of Kenneth Bortles, a vice principal of the Hopa Valley High School, Mrs. Bortles says that mysterious tracks of a tremendous size and human shape stirred the residents of Idaho in the early days, just as with the Bigfoot tracks in Northern California Bluff Creek area. Well, isn't that interesting? Because this is written before Patty. This whole book's written before Patty. There's Bluff Creek. Some believe they were genuine. Others saw in them a clever hoax. The Bigfoot lived in a remote wilderness of a Reynolds Canyon, now known as Reynolds Creek. $1,000 was offered for him, dead or alive. Here, the likeness to the local Bigfoot ended for The gigantic monster, as he was called in Idaho, was a killer. The full extent of the depredations of this Bigfoot were never known, for many robberies and murders were attributed to him which he probably did not commit. The sometimes wanted killing that were the work of almost superhuman strength, both with stock and humans, brought about his downfall. $1,000 was offered for Bigfoot dead or alive. Now, if that was the case, and that was more common than we realize, that would be a reason why a lot of them aren't around anymore. Which I think, from what I can get from even the Bible and some other texts, is that we seem to be at war with these things for whatever reason. Well, obviously, it's because they threaten us, right? We feel threatened by them, so. John Wheeler, a former Army man, set out to collect the reward. In the year 1868, he came upon Bigfoot and shot him 16 times. Both legs and one arm were broken before he fell to the ground. As he lay there, he asked for a drink of water, and because of his great fear, Wheeler shot him, breaking his other arm before giving water to the creature. Before he died, he told Wheeler that his real name was Star Wilkerson, and he had been born in the Cherokee Nation and of a white father. His mother was part Cherokee and part Negro. Even as a very small boy, everyone called him Bigfoot and made fun of him. At age 19, the white girl he loved jilted him for another. Gathering a small band of men about him, he killed them. He killed them for the sheer love of killing. Later, he killed the girl that he had loved. The foot length of this great giant of a man was 17.5 inches and 18 inches around the ball of the foot. His height was 6 feet 8 inches with a chest measurement of 59 inches. His weight was estimated 300 pounds. He was all bone and sinew, no surplus flesh. He was known to have traveled as far as 60 to 70 miles in a 24-hour period. Adeline Hawes gives an account of Star Wilkerson, or Bigfoot, in her book, The Valley of the Tall Grass, written in 1950. I have other old stories from Idaho, mostly of sheep being torn apart and monstrous human-like footprints by water holes, but nothing ever came of them. There is one story, however, that has always impressed me. This is told by none other than Theodore Roosevelt in a book he published in 1892, written Wilderness Hunter. Teddy was not a boy to be taken in by anybody much, and he was a great skeptic and debunker, especially in the field of wildlife, being the originator of that most excellent expedition of opprobrium. Okay. exhibition of Porbrium Nature Faker. Nature Faker. Okay. It's in quotes, Nature Faker. So, if you understood that, good. This story seems to have impressed him not a little, and mostly because of the still noticeable terror of the teller half a lifetime later. He was an old man when he talked to Roosevelt, and the incident had happened when he was young. His name was Bauman, and he was born in the area on the then frontier, and had spent all his life as a hunter and trapper. Roosevelt's account goes as follows. It was told to me, this should be much easier to read. I hope to God this is much easier to read. It was told to me by a grizzled, weather-beaten old mountain hunter named Bauman, who was born and had passed all his life on the frontier. He must have believed what he said, for he could hardly repress a shudder at certain points of the tale. When the event occurred, Bowman was still a young man and was trapped with a partner among the mountains dividing the forks of the Salmon from the head of Wisdom River. Not having had much luck, he and his partner determined to go up into a particular wild and lonely pass through which ran a small stream said to contain many beaver. This pass had an evil reputation because the year before a solitary hunter who had wandered into it was there slain, seemingly by a wild beast. The half-eaten remains being afterwards found by some mining prospectors who had passed his camp only the night before. The memory of the event, however, weighed very lightly with the two trappers, who were as adventurous and hardy as others of their kind. They then struck out on foot through the vast gloomy forest, and in about 4 hours reached a little open glade where they concluded to camp, as signs of game were plenty. There was still an hour or two of daylight left, and after building a brush lean-to and throwing down and opening their packs, they started upstream. At dusk, they again reached camp. They were surprised to find that during their absence, something, apparently a bear, had visited camp and had rummaged about among their things, scattering the contents of their packs, and in sheer wantonness destroying their lean-to. The footprints of the beast were quite plain, but at first they passed no particular heed to them, busying themselves with rebuilding the lean-to and laying out their beds and stores and lighting the fire. While Bauman was making ready supper, it being already dark, his companion began to examine the tracks more closely and soon took a brand from the fire to follow them up, where the intruder had walked along a game trail after leaving the camp. Coming back to the fire, he stood by it a minute or two, peering out into the darkness, and suddenly remarked, "Bauman, that bear has been walking on 2 legs." Bowman laughed at this, but his partner insisted that he was right, and upon again examining the tracks, with a torch. They certainly did seem to be made by but 2 paws or feet. However, it was too dark to make sure. After discussing whether the footprints could possibly be those of a human being and coming to the conclusion that they could not be, the 2 men rolled up in their blankets and went to sleep under the lean-to. At midnight, Bowman was awakened by some noise and sat up in his blankets. As he did so, his nostrils were struck by a strong wild beast odor, and he caught the loom of his great body in the darkness at the mouth of the lean-to. Grasping his rifle, he fired at the vague, threatening shadow, but must have missed, for immediately afterwards he heard the smashing of the underwood as the thing, whatever it was, rushed off into the impenetrable blackness of the forest and the night. After this, the 2 men slept but little, sitting up by the rekindled fire, but they heard nothing more. In the morning, they started out to look at the few traps they had set the previous evening and pulled out new ones. By an unspoken agreement, they kept together all day and returned to camp towards evening. On nearing it, they saw heartily, to their astonishment, that the lean-to had been again torn down. The visitor of the preceding day had returned, and in wanton malice had tossed about their camp kit and bedding and destroyed the shanty. The ground was marked up by its tracks, and on leaving the camp, it had gone along the soft earth of the brook, where the footprints were as plain as if on snow. And after a careful scrutiny of the trail, it certainly did not seem as if, whatever the thing was, it had walked off on but 2 legs. The men, thoroughly uneasily, gathered a great heap of dead logs and kept up the roaring fire throughout the night, one or the other sitting on guard most of the time. About midnight, the thing came down through the forest opposite, crossing the brook, and stayed there on the hillside for nearly an hour. They could hear the branches crackle as it moved about, and several times it uttered a harsh, grating, long-drawn moan, a particularly sinister sound. Yet it did not venture near the fire. In the morning, the 2 trappers, after discussing the strange events of the last 36 hours, decided that they would shoulder their packs and leave the valley that afternoon. All the morning they kept together, picking up traps after trap, each one empty. On the first leaving camp, they had the disagreeable sense of being followed. In the dense spruce thickets, they occasionally heard a branch snap after they had passed, and now and then there were slight rustling noises among the small pines to one side of them. At noon, they were back within a couple miles of camp. In the high, bright sunlight, their fears seemed absurd to the 2 armed men, accustomed as they were through long years of lonely wandering in the wilderness to face every kind of danger from man, brute, or element. There were still 3 beaver traps to collect from the little pond in a wide ravine nearby. Bauman volunteered to gather them and bring them in, while his companion went ahead to camp and made ready the packs. On reaching the pond, Bauman found 3 beavers in the traps. One of them, which had been pulled loose and carried into a beaver house. He took several hours in securing and preparing the beaver, and when he had started homeward, he marked with some uneasiness how low the sun was getting. Now, it's just much easier to read than how Sanderson writes. Got to give me some. I got enough issues that it can give me a little bit of break. You would struggle reading this as well. I guarantee you would struggle. You wouldn't want to voluntarily read this book out loud. At least he came to the edge of the little glade where the camp lay, and shouted as he approached it, but got no answer. The campfire had gone out, though the thin blue smoke was still curling upwards. Near it lay the pack wrapped and arranged. At first Bauman could see nobody, nor did he receive any answer to his call. Stepping forward, he again shouted, and as he did so, his eyes fell on the body of his friend, stretched beside the trunk of a great fallen spruce. Rushing towards it, the horrified trapper found that the body was still warm, but that the neck was broken, while there were 4 great fang marks in his throat. The footprints of the unknown beast creature, printed deep in the soft soil, told the whole story. The unfortunate man, having finished his packing, had sat down on a spruce log with his face to the fire and his back to the dense woods to wait for his companion. It had not eaten the body, but apparently romped and gobbled around. So romped and gabbled round it in uncouth, fierce glee, occasionally rolling over and over it, and had then fled back into the soundless depths of the woods. So if I understand this correctly, he was rolling around over and over again, like messing with this guy and then body or something, or breaking his body. I'm not quite sure what. Do you guys know what gamble means? What is gambled? I'm not even quite sure what gambled means. I can't even believe I went to college and university. I was dumb as a box of rocks. Round or jump about playfully.
Gamble.
Gamble. I mean, I don't know if anybody even used that word before. I don't know if I even read it. Gambled. Romped and gambled around it in uncouth, fierce glee, occasionally rolling over and over it. I'm assuming we're talking about the body. Yeah, it is. And not eaten the body, but apparently had romped and gambled round in uncouth, fierce glee, occasionally rolling over and over it, and had then fled back into the soundless depths of the woods. I've heard numerous stories about that too. When they come up to like a house or a trailer or a camp, and people hear like they'll say something or they'll spook the Sasquatch or Bigfoot, and instead of running, they roll. Have you heard of that movie? I've heard that before, where they roll. They like for some reason they roll and then they crawl and then they take off. So there's maybe it's like instinctive thing. Maybe they're so used to being shot at or something like that that it's like you getting low to the ground type of thing. Now, mind you, this, that's what I've heard people say. That's what it sounded like. I don't know if they could have been that they were just spider crawling or frog crawling. You know what I mean? I don't. That could have been. It sounded could have sounded similar. I don't know. The ones that my encounters, well, especially the first one. I mean, when it's crawling up the ravine, I didn't hear a goddamn fucking thing, and it got 15 feet in front of my face. Anyways, judged by the time of publication, and when I say 15 feet, it was hell. I would not be surprised. It was more like 10. I just can't accept the fact that it could have been 10. It could have possibly. Give me that extra 5 feet. That's what my thinking is. Like, how could it be even 15 feet? How could it be 15 feet in front of me? Let alone 10 or 5 or freaking 25. But that's what it did. I didn't hear a damn thing. It was crawling up the ravine. I'm looking right at it. I literally didn't hear a thing. Judged by by the time of the publication of the story and what the old man said, this must have taken place in the early 1800s. Conditions changed radically about those parts in the 1850s, but then, strangely, they lapsed once more into a form of oblivion, and despite of the incredible advanced civilization and complete opening up of the whole West, until it stands today as second to no other area in the Union, parts of it are really less known now than they were 100 years ago. I have observed this strange progress in action in other lands, notably the Republic of Haiti. The population of that small Caribbean country is so enormous that the whole of it, and right up its towering mountains, is virtually one great garden city. You can stand anywhere and spit in 3 directions and be sure to hit somebody's compound. When the Troubles took place in the 1920s and the American Marines took over, they built motorable roads and a network all over the country. Then they left. But at the same time, there came the commercial airplane. But in 1940, you just couldn't find any roads made by the Marines. Well, a new network was being built that went roaring straight through the country from one important center to another. All in between had gone right back to the condition pertaining before the advent of the Marines, and in some large areas apparently to those pertaining before Columbus, so also with great pieces of our own country. It is during this initial period of lapse or collapse that we once again pick up our track. The strange story is that of Captain Joseph Walker, an accountant with which lies in the files of a an account of which lies in the files of a paper called the Eureka Daily Leader, dated February 14, 1979. This recounts that the gentleman, who was then a most renowned mountaineer, trapper, and guide, due to his many exploits in the Rockies, had recently returned from investigating a newly opened territory near the mouth of New York Canyon, and had brought to the office of the leader a slab of sandstone about 20 inches long and 41 inches wide and some 3 inches thick. On the surface of the slab of sandstone was imprinted the clear form of a gigantic footprint. I am quoting here: perfect except for the tip of the great toe. The footprint measured 14.5 inches from end of the heel to the tip of the toe, and it was 6 inches wide across the ball of the foot. Captain Walker related how he had found the slab of the sandstone formation under about 2 feet of sand. This story has sundry rather odd features. First, a foot 14.5 inches by 6 inches across. The ball is hardly a gigantic foot compared to what is coming in a moment, but it has a plantar index of 2.42, which is much wider than a human's foot and would give an impression of great size. The fact that it was impressed in a slab of sandstone might at first sound more than just suspicious, because you can't impress anything into solid rock. You have to chip it out. However, this should be borne in mind. Sandstone can form in a matter of days under certain conditions. A surface of argillaceous sand, so it's argillaceous sand may dry out under a hot sun and remain baked to the consistency of pottery for months. If then a flood brings down a layer of sand or other material and deposits this on top of it, and also immediately dries out, you may get conditions similar to those that pertained in our porcupine cage at my zoo. More drying and compression and the solution and the percolation of, say, lime from the covering layers may then, in only a few years, solidify the bottom layer and turn it to a sandstone. I have seen car tire tracks and sandstone so solid you needed a cold chisel to chip it. Captain Walker was not a man to be fooled either. He retained a high reputation, so that Walker River was named after him by the federal government. He was, in fact, solidly on the right track. Those who listen to this, if you do listen to this, if I do post this, thank you. 6. In our own backyard, happenings in Northern California. Now that we are squarely back on the tracks, we might as well stay on them and skip for a moment all the chronology. There is a business about giant hominid appearing foot tracks that have been going on in this country for far too long. It needs examination, either exposition or debunking. It centers around the Great Basin, which is mostly now in the state of Nevada, but slopes over in all directions and is the form of giants capable of making such tracks. It reaches from Canada to Mexico and from the Pacific coast to Pennsylvania and right on into the portals of the Smithsonian Institute in Washington, D.C. All will be seen from the discussion of what I emphatically call myth. Legend and folklore, such things are linked up all over a wide area from New Mexico to Puget Sound, but center around the Sierra Nevada. They are linked by both traditional, early, and even recent accounts of a giant race of wild people who inhabited this area in bygone days and who not only were there before the Americans arrived, but persisted for a very long time after they had done so, and it is alleged still linger on today. In tradition, these personages are not overly exaggerated. They are consistently reported as having been on an average of 7 to 8 feet tall, or its equivalent, but to have included oversized individuals to boot that were exceptionally reverenced, especially reverenced. They have seen a record of a skeleton finding these dimensions allegedly found in the British Columbia. There are plenty of others, but we just don't talk about them. Unfortunately, I have not had the opportunity to follow up the notes given to me some time ago on this subject regarding Nevada by a good friend, a man with a genius for bibliographical research. Did I say the right word? I'm sorry. I'm going to bibliographical research. A very wide and real knowledge of American prehistory and folklore, of the Amerindian history, and of colonial tradition. It is a voluminous is a voluminous and very startling file containing what seems to me to be endless references to what are classed as giant burials from all over the place. Many of these are said to be housed in small county and city museums dotted about the West, and most seem to have been lodged therein during the 19th century. A few are said to have gone to the Smithsonian, yet all have been totally ignored ever since. The reason for this ignorance as well as a notable ignorance of the subject, is stated by this indefatigable literary groundhog. Indefatigable. Okay, can't say it. I know. No one's listening. This is for me. It's not for you. Indefatigable. Let's see if I even got it right. Maybe they'll tell me how to even say it.
Indefatigable.
Indefatigable. Indefatigable.
Indefatigable.
Indefatigable. Of a person or their efforts persisting tirelessly.
Indefatigable.
Indefatigable. Indefatigable. Indefatigable. Why? I tried to say this earlier and I couldn't do it then. And I can't remember shit. Indefatigable. Literary groundhog to be the really abominable story of the foot tracks of Carson City Jail, a most odd affair. It goes as follows. I hope this is not in his... Hopefully this is easier to read. The business was a cause to celebrate 80 years ago. It could have passed almost unnoticed, but for two facts. First, that said tracks were found in sandstone at a depth of 25 feet below the surface in the jail compound of Carson City, Nevada. The second thing that stimulated such wide interest was not that some scientists said that some of these tracks were made by giant men of over 1 million years ago. I want to see something.
Sick.
Sick. Used in brackets after a copied or quoted word that appears odd or erroneous to show that the word is quoted exactly as it stands in the original, as in a story must hold a child's interest and enrich his life.
Sick.
So over 1 million sick years ago. But that Mark Twain wrote a positively hilarious story with the discovery as its main theme and reason and yet. Okay, let's find out what this word means. Yeah, we say, man, you should be embarrassed. And I'd be like, you know what? I am. But that doesn't mean I just give up. Just to give up. Reason or justification of existence. And then the next thing is what does this French word actually mean?
Bonjour. Bonjour, this is Julian, the Frenchman who makes French pronunciation videos here on YouTube, and we are looking at how to pronounce with a typical French pronunciation as well as in English this French expression commonly used in English and meaning reason for being or reason to be. How do you go about pronouncing it? For reference, in French we would say it as raison d'être. Raison d'être.
Raison d'être. Would you know how to say it? I don't know any French, so. Anyways, I learned something, I think, for a moment. So anyways, the discovery of the main theme or raison d'être. These facts have been quoted, misquoted, and just mentioned over and over again. The true story represents one of the finest examples of science fiction skullduggery and vagueness on record. First, some of the tracks, there were others of elephants and deers and cats and giant birds looked like those of giant hominid. This fact was published by Dr. Harkness of San Francisco through the California Academy of Sciences. In his report, the author gave some sketches of said tracks, but stated that he had filled out those areas not clearly shown in the originals. These areas happened very conveniently to go right around the front of the imprints and down their inner sides. As a result, they look generally much more human than would otherwise have done. At the same time, just such areas would have cut out any imprints of toes, human or otherwise. Dr. LeConte of California agreed in print. The result of these communications was an immediate response, as was almost invariably in that decade, from professors O.K. Marsh and E.D. Cope and Marsh of Yale blasted the idea in his own inimitable style. He did not even bother to refute the matter. He simply stated that the tracks were those of a giant, of a ground sloth, either a Mylodon or what he called a Morotherium. Morotherium. No animal has received such a name, but there is, of course, the really giant ground sloth, the Megatherium. I said Morotherium. I'm trying to say it right today. A detail of such a trifling nature would, of course, not hindered the paleontological freebooter. The most interesting part of this pontification is that he appears to have accepted Harkness' quite illegitimate touching up of the tracks, and then to have stated that they were manifestly those of a ground sloth. Those he was ipso facto wrong, and that as touched up, they were not those of such an animal. He seems to have completely missed the further point that before touching up they could well have been so. However, he pulled still another boner. Ground sloths, which were actually enormous kinds of shaggy, short-tailed nocturnal anteaters, more closely relating the giant anteater, the myrmecophaga, than to the living tree sloths, could apparently stand on their hind legs, but they used their immensely thick, short tails as a third prong of a tripod to do so. If they waddled along on their hind legs, their tails must have gouged a deep channel between the tracks of their feet. There were no such channels in the Carson City tracks. Marsh seems to have appreciated this fact, so he conjured up some smaller imprints, obviously those of front feet, somewhat outside the main tracks. No such tracks were ever recorded or sketched. Cope, Marsh's most implicated foe, Cope Marsh's most implacable foe simply implied that Marsh was wrong, and that anyone else, Leconte, whatever it is, and Harkness, was more reliable. They probably never existed. This is the way awkward scientific discoveries are handled. If they don't fit into the already approved scheme, you make them do so, and by any lie your reputation can get away with. For all one knows, the original tracks may have been those of a good old Oma. There is an official wind-up to this, but it is almost as extraordinary and inexplicable as the facts themselves. For some reason, serious-minded scientists, by which I mean those who still have open minds, have concluded that these beastly things are the tracks of one of the giant ground sloths. We have radiocarbon dated bones of some of these creatures killed and eaten by men of a pretty advanced culture in the Southwest, but I cannot understand how any paleontologist, let alone zoologist, could ever conceive of any form of such a creature of which we have a foot, having ever either walked on its hind legs alone or left a footprint anything like those of Carson City Jail. This indication, however, led to all the other large humanoid tracks being dismissed as just those of fossil animals. Would that we might pursue the matter of giant skeletons, but at this juncture it would be inappropriate. It is, as of now, really a separate subject until we obtain a fresh skeleton of one of the large or giant ABSMs, or some competent, trustworthy, or really informed physical anthropologist happens to stumble upon one in a museum. It must be left dangling. So again, we jump back onto the tracks. This would be in the year 1890 at a place on the Chetco River, about the border between California and Oregon. It appears that about that date and there's about, the sensory had been bothered for some time by really gigantic foot tracks that looked, according to the contemporary records, just like those that would be left by enormous naked human feet, which passed back and forth from the forest to the seashore. Then things began to happen at the mining camp some 50 miles inland. Large objects were moved at night, and there were unpleasant noises, all naturally attributed to marauding bears, until one fine morning when, after a particular rambunctious night, during which somebody fired at something, 2 sets of large human-type tracks showed up all around the camp. A posse was organized and tracked these for a long way into the forest, but eventually gave up. A short time later, however, a man was chased into camp by something very large, the looks of which he did not want to investigate. A watch was set, 2 men at a time, for a few hours each. Then it happened. One couple going to relieve a watch found their 2 companions dead, really grossly mutilated, and they had in fact been literally smashed, and apparently by being picked up and slammed repeatedly onto the ground, so that they looked as if they had fallen off a cliff onto the rocks. The account apparently specifies that there was nothing anywhere near of which they could have fallen. The wretched men had emptied their rifles, and there was both spar, and a large blood trail. I think that's spar. Let's find out. Or is it spoon? I don't know what that word is, because a track or scent of an animal.
Spoor.
Spoor. And that's a spoor is a track or scent of an animal. Well, I'm learning some shit, so what else could I say? Now, if we just find where I was at. So the wretched men had emptied their rifles, and there was both spoor, which is again is track or scent of an animal. Okay. And there was both spoor and a large blood trail leading off into the bush. This the whole camp personally followed with the aid of Amerindian trackers. It led into the Saskatchewan complex of the mountains. Saskatchewan. I was fine enough for saying that, even right too. Where you see, yeah, you don't know about this. I live in Northwest Ohio, dude. There ain't nothing happening there. We got no freaking mines. What is the meaning of Saskatchewan? Boot-tail horse. What? Is that what it means, really? I don't believe. How did it get its name? It's rise from the Chinook word for boot-tail horse, and from the French phrase six Caliox, 6 stone in English.
Siskiyou.
Siskiyou. I said the whole damn fucking thing wrong. I knew I didn't say it right. So, if you guys ever heard of the Siskiyou complex of mountains at the point far beyond that which even the Amerids had previously penetrated. Siskiyou. I don't know why I became say Cisco. Anyways, that's why I need that. I mean, thank God for Google. I wouldn't even be able to read fucking it. I can't read. I literally cannot read. There, the men are said to have come upon a fresh lava flow, and this is an astonishing item. There is a volcanicity in the area, and there had been an account of 14 years before of a great earthquake and the sound of a far distant explosion heard on the coast of Oregon, and of a dull glow said to have been seen in the sky for 2 nights, but nothing definite about the volcanic eruption was even suggested at the time. What is more, this report by a party of ABSM hunters was also ignored, and it was not till after World War II that lava beds, now revegetated, but nonetheless very recent vintage, were located in the area, although they had shown up on aerial maps as irregular patches of some unique form of ground cover. This rather gruesome incident appears to have satisfied even local curiosity for some time, as nothing much is reported of for quite a few years, though a very old American Indian patriot told me with a whimsical smile of one Chester Johnny of his tribal group, who in the year 1905 spent a happy hour watching a large papa Tuka Muzi. I don't know if I'm saying it. Is it Tuka? Joke? Toka maybe? Toka Muzi? As a local giant ABSM, or Sasquatch is called, trying to teach his 2 youngsters to swim in a river and to spike fish with sticks. The records I have, though they are, of course, very, very far from complete, are almost blank until 1924, when a bunch of hard-boiled loggers came literally roaring into a small town of Kelso, Washington, from their advanced camp in the Cascades, and absolutely refused to go back nor anywhere else in the region out of sight of the highway. They said that their camp had been attacked by a number of enormous hairy wild men who had pelted them with stones and other debris. This view of their tough characters and stubborn attitude, in the view of their tough characters and their stubborn attitude, a posse was formed and, well armed, went to investigate. No ABSMs were seen, but they had left their enormous tracks everywhere, and the cabin of the loggers was not just in shambles, but a great part destroyed. That year there had been terrible man-induced forest fires in the region for the first time. I have often wondered if the ABSMs decided to give little human men a peremptory lesson in conversation. The best and the only really satisfactory approach to which is total eradication of said little man from the entire locality. Now here we are back again at the date 1924. Wherever we go, it seems it will reoccur. There was a marked turning point in ABSM history in the decade of 1920 to 1925. I think there must have been a great worldwide historical break at that time, which perhaps will not become apparent to historians for many generations. What it was, I can only conjecture, but more and more I am coming to think that this was a real time of changeover from all that went before to what we call modern times, or a new world. Most of things that have really affected the outlook of humanity, like the invention of the typewriter, electrical power, and especially light and radio, internal combustion engines, flying machines, and so forth, had taken place before this. But then came the social upheavals of post-war era. Not even these things had really taken hold before the 1920s, and they took a few years to do so even after that. Man's outlook on life then changed radically everywhere, and he also took a completely new look at his environment. A giant number of the shibboleths he had previously. What is a shibboleth? Am I even saying that right? That's a word I never seen. Shibboleths. Shibboleth, a custom, principle, or belief.
Shibboleth.
Shibboleth. Have you ever heard such a word? I haven't. A custom, principle, or belief distinguishing a particular class or group of people, especially a long-standing one regarded as outmoded or no longer important. Shibboleth.
Shibboleth.
Shibboleth. Yeah, you use it all the time, you know what I mean? Shibboleth. And I don't even trust myself anymore in how to pronounce these words. A great number of the shibboleths he had previously held most precious just collapsed, while the whole lot that he had previously considered worthless and rude in it suddenly acquired entirely new status. And I didn't say rudiment, I meant to say redundant. So considered worthless and redundant suddenly acquired entirely new status. The change was technologically induced, but it did not greatly affect basic science, and funnily enough, but rather sociological attitudes. It was not that new things began to happen all at once so much as that people began to treat the old ones in an entirely different light. On the one hand, real exploration began. On the other, just plain go have a look exploration came to an end. Things like abominable foot tracks were in limbo, and the age of curiosity was over, and people were no longer curious. They demanded the facts, and in some respects they got them. In others, they got falsehood and nothing at all. The ABSMs became definitely the troop. What does that mean? The troop. And I'm troop. I don't even know what it means. How could you be so stupid? I managed to do all sorts of things that are demeaning. Die troop. Does it say what it means? How to say die troop?
De trop.
Of course, you don't know.
De trop.
It's not okay, so de trop. Of course, you don't say the p. De trop. It became definitely de trop. I don't even know what it means. It's worth looking into. De trop. Too much, too many, unwanted, superfluous, in the way. So too much. The ABSMs became definitely or staunch souls like Professor Choklov, or Koklov, whatever his name is, and others no longer went barging about the world recording curiosities and writing about them. This initiated the age of skepticism per excellence. I can do that. During the 35-year period subsequent to this strange historical turning point, a lot went on nonetheless, and this due perhaps to its suppression gradually built up a venerable explosion at the end of the 1950s. It is hard enough to suppress anything, but suppressing truth, i.e. facts, entails its own special hazards. People are more suspicious of truth than they are of falsehoods, and they almost invariably downgrade it if it clashes with beliefs or faith. But truths will out seem not to be altogether valueless cliche. I have no idea what I just read there. The truth will out seems not to be altogether valueless cliche. Then again, both false facts and the suppression of unpleasant facts is apt to be extremely costly. And if you really want to get at the truth of anything, reach first for a pocketbook. It seems to be full of cliches, but it is also perfectly true that if you hit anyone through his pocketbook, you are more likely to loosen him up than by hitting him anywhere else. And as I am in this rut, I might as well add that, while love of money may be the root of all evil, it is still by far the best invention yet for getting at the facts. The moment anything, however, curses or unpleasant, it is considered generally the moment anything, however, curious or unpleasant, it is considered generally develops a value, it automatically develops a potential, and when it is found on a fact, it cannot forever be suppressed. I have no idea what I just read there. In our case, also the facts have several special connotations. They impinge directly upon our most basic precepts such as religion, ethics, politics, and science. A live BSM would be the greatest propaganda weapon possibly. At one fell swoop, it would prove Darwinianism and set at naught a great part of religious beliefs and dogma, while it would also confound a great deal of that which science has written into its dogma. Quite apart from all of these high and mighty matters, plain ordinary people have finally become fed up with being called fools, liars, and idiots. The world is full of crackpots, but it is rapidly becoming manifest that most of these make a speciality of pursuing beliefs, prejudices, and faiths rather than the facts on everyday life. If you walk into a truck and stagger home bleeding to death, it is quite useless anyone telling you that you are imagining things, that there is no such thing as a truck, or that you ought to be confined. It doesn't help your feelings or matters as a whole. If somebody suggests that it was undoubtedly a bus, not a truck, or perhaps even a motorcycle, either the damn thing was there or it wasn't. Skeptics notwithstanding, the average citizen becomes peeved when he is told that he who saw the thing is lying, especially by a person who was not present. During the last 40 years, plain, solid citizens have been getting pretty peeved. During this period, A.B.S. Emory and the United States contracted in upon itself and became concentrated in and around the Klamath district of northern California. Did I make any contact? It's not contact, it's contracted. Okay, I'm not quite sure why I used that word there. Which I described as an example of a virgin montane forest area. I now transpires that somebody has reported something about the matter every year since 1938 in this area, while of course the Amerids thereabouts just went steadily and stoically on living with the business and keeping their mouths shut. I won't go into all of these items because they are so exactly alike, and they are all just like the descriptions given of the Sasquatches. Hereabout they are called, as I have said, Tuka, or joke, Toka, Mooses. And I don't know if I'm saying it right. It's T-O-K, and then it's M-U-S-S-I-S. Mooses. Forgive me, I'm an idiot. I mean, I could look it up. What would be the harm of doing it anyways? Every other freaking paragraph, maybe more than that. So it's Toga Musa. But it doesn't, I don't think they're going to find it. It's not Mooses. Toka Mooses. I'm going with Toka Mooses until corrected by somebody, because I can't look it up. I don't recognize it. By one Amerindian group, the Yurok or Yurok, and Omas by the Hopas, or Hupas, excuse me. There are endless other names for the big ones in accordance with the number of tribes, subtribes, and familial dialects of the Amorids. The name Oma, which is rapidly becoming are becoming into universal acceptance actually means something very close to devil, as used by our ancestors, a sort of large chap. With nasty habits, who is dangerous, bestial, potentially carnivorous, and smells but definitely rather human. And smelly but definitely rather human. Non-Amorites in the area have come to call them Bigfoot, having the usual mistaken idea that there is just one giant of a kind loose in the countryside, just as people speak of the Loch Ness Monster as if it were a lone individual that was being that has been paddling about therein since the Cretaceous times, mateless and possibly even parentless. But there is a complication here. I would have had to come to this sooner or later in any case, so I might as well introduce it now, even if it's not the place to go into in it in full. To jump ahead, let me say that there are now some 100 separate or isolated areas in the world or from which ABSMs have been reported. And this is apart from myth, legend, and folklore. The creatures described vary considerably, but with a few notable exceptions. They appear to fall very clearly into four main categories: a large or giant to us, a medium or man size, a small or pygmy, and an excessively bestial creature known as the Mehta. Mehteh. These types are not set or patterned, and there is considerable variety in the actual sizes of each as reported. However, they would each seem to form a fairly well-defined animal form, having certain particulars, characters, and characteristics, and other prerequisites all of their own. The giant ones are inhabitants of higher elevations and do actually go around in snow when needs be. They seem to be more carnivorous, at least in winter, like many primates. They have very human-type feet, and they are clothed in short, thick, and hairy. So they're clothed in short, thick, and hairy fur. The medium size are very man-like, but clothed in longer, darker hair. They have very pointed heads, very short, broad feet with large toes, the thing being extra large and widely separated. They are vegetarians or omnivorous and live in the upper montane forests, but seldom go up above the tree line. The little pygmies are also forest dwellers, but in the valleys and bottoms and at lower levels, and where it is very much warmer. They have little man-like feet, but with very pointed heels. Are clothed in fur, but have much longer head hair. that forms a mane down the mid-back. They are exceptional tree climbers and will take to water. They go about in small family parties and have a sort of primitive language, and they may even carry palm leaves and bits of anything that will afford shade from sunlight. They are just about as nocturnal as chimps, which move about and feed at night in fine moonlight weather. The giants seem to be almost wholly nocturnal. The medium jobs, more diurnal, are crepuscular. Let's find out what that means. Crepuscular. You don't hear anybody on the internet talking like this. You ever notice that? You don't hear any of this kind of talk. So you give me at least I'm trying.
Crepuscular. Crepuscular.
Crepuscular. What the fuck does it mean now? Crepuscular. 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 Of or like twilight. Active at twilight, just before sunrise. Crepuscular. How many of you ever heard that or used that word, crepuscular? The medium jobs are more diurnal or crepuscular. The matas are quite another matter. Again and again and again, these four types will crop up. In Canada, I have so far heard only of giants, and I thought that the same went for the Puget Sound to California area. But I am afraid that I have now to bring up the unruly suggestion that some reports from this area seem definitely to be, or try to be, speaking of both the man-sized or pygmy types. This you may well think is going a bit too far, and that it is bad enough to be asked to stomach the possibility of a bunch of giant ape men running around half a dozen of our most updated and worthy states without being asked to accept also Neanderthalers and little people. I would have preferred, as I say, not to have brought this up just yet, but as a reporter, what can I do? The very definite footprints left near Rosenberg, Oregon during the night in October 23, 1959 was definitely of a man-sized type, while literally thousands of little pygmy types are alleged to have started turning up along perhaps approximately the Mad River Valley about 1950. Thus, as we go along, you must brace yourself for casual asides to the effect that such little ones were seen hither and yon. The Rosenberg case is happily so far unique so that we won't be bothered herein with others of its ilk, and so when I speak of ABSMs hereabouts, from now on it will be of the giant OMAs, unless I clearly specify otherwise. The outburst came in August 1958. There was an unusual and unreported and steadily build up before the event, and there was the usual red herring almost at the outset. This latter was such a bizarre report and was given such wide publicity that it had both diverted public attention and caused many who might otherwise have investigated the mainstream of events with diligence and on an open mind simply to throw up their hands in horror at anything so impertinent. The case is very peculiar, has no precedent and no conclusion. It occurred 3 months after the outbreak of true true ABSMRE in Northern California in August. It took place 600 miles away from that area, near Riverside in San Bernardino Valley in Southern California. San Bernardino. And I lived on a street called San Reno, and there was a road that was right next to it, and I can't say it. I grew up in saying that word, and I can't say it now. San Bernardino Valley, Southern California. Nothing of a similar nature has ever been recorded from anywhere near this place. While all the mountains It says here, general consensus now is that these are merely tracks of youngsters of a single giant type. Subsequent discoveries render this statement invalid as... Well, I don't know about that. Honestly, hey, listen, since I've been doing this stuff, there's people showing up with 4-foot-toe footprints, 5, 6, some spread, some not. I don't think... I think it's convenience labeled all one thing, but I honestly think we're dealing with multiple things here, and they don't fit in anywhere that we've as far as our understanding of the biologically and the nature, whatever. Anyways, look like this: from Sierra Nevada south to the Baja, California. May really be said now to have been explored and combed. At the same time, we might note the proximity of Hollywood and several large mental institutions. The following is an account of the Los Angeles Examiner, which speaks for itself, though very fastidiously. Oh, fuck, I can't say the word. I'm sorry. My mouth just doesn't work. It's just gotten so bad. I always had a struggle speaking anyways, but since this, MS and the progression of it, I just struggle walking, taking a shit, talking, everything. Facetiously. Okay, though very facetiously, and says everything that there is to be said about the business. That's a good place to stop.
Facetiously.
And it's just not going to get better. And it just drives, I know, it's understandable if it drives you insane, because it drives me absolutely insane. I'm the one that has to live with this shit. I'm the one that has to struggle taking a crap, walking, speaking, breathing, everything. Thinks it is the swine flu jibbity jab that it got in 2009, and things just got so bad. And I'm doing this for multiple reasons. I'm fighting. At this point, when I'm reading this stuff, it's a share a journey, but it's a literal fight, day-to-day thing. And it's a very unglorious and unrecognized thing, but I'm going to fight it into my last breath. And I don't give a shit if anybody else appreciates the fact how I speak, how I read, how my mind works, because quite frankly, I don't like it. So I don't expect anybody else to like it. Monstrous. Drive. Yeah, tell the thing that clawed at his car. Try this again. Monstrous. Driver tells a thing that clawed his car. Riverside, November 9th. UP. Funny thing happened to Charlie Winslow on the way home last night. A monster jumped out at him. That's what he told authorities, who plan to conduct an investigation of the incredible story today. Winslow, 24, resident of nearby Bloomington, reported soberly that he was driving on a street near Riverside when a frightening creature jumped in front of his car. Well, I had a deer once do that in my truck. That was a lot of fun. Man, I don't know how that thing, I don't know where it ended up, man, but it dented the shit out of my truck. It was at night, a foggy night. I bet you had that experience too if you had got this far with me. If anybody's got that far with me. It has a round, scarecrowish head, he said, like something out of Halloween. It wasn't human. It had a long arm. It had a longer arm than anything I've ever seen. When it saw me in the car, it reached all the way back to the windshield and began clawing at me. It didn't have any ears. The face was all round, and the eyes were shining like something fluorescent, and it had protuberant mouth. It was scaly, like leaves. Winslow said he became terrified when the creature reached over the hood of his car and began clawing at the windshield. He said he reached for a .22 pistol he had in the car. How many of you people have that in your car? I've never toted anything like that. I held that pistol and stomped on the gas. He said the thing fell back from the car and gurgled. The noise it made didn't sound human. I think I hit it. I heard something hit the pan under the car. I remember reading this, right? We remember reading this. Sheriff officer said Winslow pointed at some thin, sweeping marks he said the creature made on his windshield. They went to the scene of the claimed apparition, but said they could find nothing to prove or disprove Winslow's story. The scene is at a point where North Main Street dips and crosses to Santa Ana River bed, which is usually almost dry. Winslow said that he told the story to his wife, and she induced him to phone the authorities. I kept saying no one would believe a story like this, he said. I understand that feeling, buddy. God, do I understand that feeling. Sheriff Sergeant E.R. Holmes said he thought perhaps a large vulture might have flopped on the hood of Winsel's car. Sometimes cars hit them when they're in the road eating rabbits. Cars have killed, he said. So he searched the area himself today, but, said Holmes, I didn't even find a feather. The build-up to the really valid events may be left till later, for it consists once again of accounts of all the same old thing, thought with all highly conflammatory and showing that what happened at the place called Bluff Creek in August of that year was neither an isolated case nor anything novel. I will mention these more fully when I come to tell the aftermath of the Bluff Creek affair. Before giving the facts of this business, I must just hark back for a minute to my description of this country. On map 7, you'll see the main roads marked by their route numbers. Apart from the 4 that surround the area, numbers 101, 299, and 99, and the east-west route over Grants Pass, there is really only one road through this block of territory that runs from Willow Creek diagonally northeast to join Route 99 via Happy Camp immediately north of Willow Creek. It follows the Hoopa Valley. Thank you for pronouncing it. He bothered to pronounce it for me. And then forks. Why didn't he do the rest of them? Okay. One small road going back to 101 at the coast. The other major route going into the hills, about 10 miles along this route, a new road is being pushed north up a tight valley named Bluff Creek. This road began in 1957. I visited the road end in 1959. It had only gotten 23 miles. So rough is the country. From this area, the following matters came to light. In August of 1958, on the morning of the 27th, to be precise, a very sane and sober citizen by the name of Mr. Jerry Crew, of Salyer Township, Humboldt County, Northwest California, an active member of the Baptist Church and a teetotaler, a man with a reputation in his community that can only be described as heroic in the face of certain almost unique personal tragedy, when at his work with heavy-duty equipment at the head of this new lumber access road being pushed into uninhabited and only roughly surveyed territory near the borders of Humboldt and Del Norte County. Is that how you pronounce it? Let's just make sure I'm pronouncing it right. Is it Norte or Norte? Del Fort Norte. It's pronounced, the way we pronounce it is Del Norte. Okay. Del Norte. Learn something new every freaking moment. Try to, at least. So Humboldt and Del Norte County, this huge block of territory is crossed kitty corner from the south of Willow Creek to the northeast by a winding back blacktop road, and from east to west by only 4 other roads of lower grade, logging trails, and some jeep roads now figure into it. From these roads and from the main artery that enclose it to northwest, southeast. But these are of very limited extent and are hardly used at all. Jerry Crew's crawler tractor had been left overnight at the head of the new road, about 20 miles north of its digression from the narrow blacktop that runs north through the Hoopa as it is on maps, a Marion reservation from Willow Creek to a place with the delightful name of Happy Camp up near the Oregon border. Jerry was an older member of a crew bulldozing this new road into virtually unexplored territory for one Mr. Ray Wallace, subcontractor to it's MESSRS, but that doesn't quite look right. Mezzes? I don't know what the fuck it is. I can't read it. Block and Company. So we'll say Mezrs, Block and Company, who had in turn contracted with the National Park Service to carry out the work. He is a local man. His fellow workers were for the most part also local men, included a nephew, James Crew, a very level-headed young chap, others whom I shall mention by name in a minute, and 2 experienced loggers of Hoopa Indian origin. The crew had considerable heavy equipment at the scene of operation and had started work in the late May as soon as what little snow there is in the area had melted and much more deadly mud had firmed up. The road had been under construction for 2 seasons already. The country is mountainous, though this is the understatement of the year, being two most intense and everywhere almost vertical, so that you can only go up on all 4s and down on your bottom, unless you're making an exaggerated and exhausting climb. You cannot see more than about 4 square miles of the country because you are already on the side of something going either straight up or almost straight down, unless a tree has fallen or been cut out. You can't see anything because bare rock is confined to the uppermost summits of the peak and ridges. The road crawls laboriously up I've lost my place. Summit peak. Road crawls laboriously up at the face of the western wall that encloses a stream known as Bluff Creek. It is still unsurfaced, and when I visited in 1959 was ankle deep in ultra-fine dust that surpasses anything the deserts of Arizona can produce at their damnedest. All along this mountainous trail there are stumps of vast tree cut and hauled out and great slides of friable shales, gray, brown, blue, and even green, that have been sliced out of the sheer valley side. The great dozers and crawlers clank and roar in the hot summer sunlight as they gnaw their relentless way into this timeless land. The great trees seem to recoil a little from their mechanical jangling and screeching, but day by day these bright yellow and red monsters munch away ever deeper into one of the last of America's real wildernesses. Those employed on this work live during the work week in camp near this road head. They had trailers or tents or prefabricated houses, and some of them had their families with them and stayed there all week. Others with family residents in nearby communities normally went home on Friday night and returned the following Monday morning. The younger fellows usually did likewise, for the drive to Willow Creek took only 2 hours for those who knew the road. Jerry Crew's practice was to return to his family over the weekend, leaving his machine parked at the scene of current operations. He had been on his job for 3 months that year before the eventful morning which blew up the storm that literally rocked Humboldt County, California, and made the pages of the world's press, but which then sort of folded in upon itself and was heard of no more for a year. What Jerry Crew discovered when he went to start up his cat was that somebody had inspected it rather thoroughly during the previous night, as could be plainly seen by a series of footprints that formed a track to all around or then away from the machine. Such tracks would not have aroused his curiosity under normal circumstances, because there were 36 men at the roadhead, and the newly scraped roadbed was covered with soft mud areas alternating with patches of loose shale. What did startle him was that these footprints were of a shoeless, naked foot of distinctly human shape and proportion, but by actual measurement is just 17 inches long. Of these, Jerry Crew took an extremely dim view. He had heard tale of similar tracks having been seen by another road gang working 8 miles north of a place called Corbel on the Mad River earlier that year, and his nephew Jim Crew had also mentioned having come across something similar in this area. Being a pragmatic family man, he felt, he told me, some considerable annoyance that some outsider should try to pull such a silly stunt on him. He at first stressed an outsider because Although his fellow workers liked a harmless joke as much as any man, he knew they were far too tired to go clumping around. Is that what this means? Is a clopping around in the dark after the sort of working day they put in on the job, making silly footprints around the equipment. Then he tells me he got to thinking about this outsider and wondered just how he had got there without passing the camps further down the road, being spotted, and how he had gotten out again, and where he had gone over these precarious mountains clothed with tangled undergrowth. He followed the tracks up, and that is where he got his second shock. Going backwards, he found that they came almost straight down an incline of 75 degrees on to the road ahead of the parked cat, then proceeded down the road on one side and circled the machine, and then it went down the road towards the camp. Before getting there, however, they cut across the road and went straight down an even steeper incline and continued into the forest with measured stride, varying only when an obstacle had been stepped over or the bank was so steep. Purchase could be obtained only by digging in the heels. The stride was enormous and proved to measure to be from 46 to 60 inches to an average of 50 inches and almost twice that of his own. Gerald Crew was not only mystified, he was considerably peeved. He went to fetch some of his colleagues, and then he retrieved his third shock of the morning. The majority of them, stout fellows and good friends that they were, refused to even go and look at the preposterous phenomenon that he told them he had found, and he had a hard time persuading any of them even that the tracks were there. Eventually, some of the men who had in any case to go that way to their work agreed to go along with him and take a look. Then they got their shocks, and Jerry told me some of them looked at me real queer, but there were others who reacted differently, and it then transpired that all of them had either seen something similar thereabouts or elsewhere, and had heard of them from friends and acquaintances whom they regarded as totally reliable. The only Emeritus present said nothing at the time. Then they all went back to work. Nothing further happened for almost a month. Then once again these monstrous big feet appeared again overnight around the equipment and further down the road towards the valley, notably around a spring. About that time, Mr. Ray Wallace, a contractor, returned from a business trip. He heard rumors on his way, and that either his men were pulling some kind of stunt up in the hills, or that some outsider was pulling one on them. He paid little attention to these reports, but he was, he told me, somewhat apprehensive because the job was a rough one. Skilled and reliable workers were not plentiful. The location was not conducive to the staying power of anyone. When he reached the camp and heard the details of the big feat, he was more than just skeptical. He was downright angry. Moreover, all he encountered was more talk which he at the time suspected was some sort of prank, but just possibly one prompted by more than mere high spirits or boredom. The matter was until then, and for a further 3 weeks, a purely local affair, known only to the men working on the road and their immediate families, for they did not care to speak about it to the casual acquaintances or even friends. Then in the middle of September, Mrs. Jess, there's a crease in the paper and I can't see. It's either Bemis or Bernis. It's is it B-E-R-N or I-S or is B-E-M-I-S? I don't know, we'll call it Bernis? Jess Bernis, wife of one of the men working on the road and one of the skeptics among the crew, wrote a letter to a leading local newspaper, the Humboldt Times and Eureka, which said in part, a rumor started among the men at once of the existence of a wild man. We regarded it as a joke. It was only yesterday that my husband became convinced that the existence of such a person is a fact. Have you heard of this wild man? Mr. Andrew Genzoli? Mr. Andrew Genzoli of the paper told me that he regarded this letter with a thoroughly judicious eye, but that the longer he saw about it, his desk, the brighter grew the clear blue light of his built-in news sense, until he could restrain himself no longer and ran the letter in the daily column that he then wrote. There was little response where he had expected a near storm of derision. Instead, a trickle of tentatively confirmatory correspondence began to come in from the Willow Creek area. This was continuing sub rosa when on October 2nd, the maker of the tracks appeared again on his apparently rather regular round, leaving tracks for 3 nights in succession and then vanishing again for about 5 days. This time Jerry Crew had prepared for his advent with a supply of plaster of Paris and made a series of casts of both right and left feet early one morning. 2 days later he took a couple of the days off to drive to Eureka on a personal business and carried the cast along with him to show a friend. While there, somebody mentioned to Andrew Genzoli, if that's how you pronounce his name, that a man was in town who had made casts of prints, and he was persuaded to go and fetch Jerry. Andrew Genzoli is an old news hand, but of the new school. He can sense a good story as fast as any man, but he is properly averse to too good a story. And when he met Jerry Crew and saw his trophies, he realized he had some real live news, not just a story, on his hands, and he ran the front pages on it with photographs the next day. Then the balloon went up. The wire service picked it up and almost every paper in the country printed it, while cables of inquiry flooded in from abroad. The first I heard of it was a cable from a friend in London. He seemed to be slightly hysterical. I got a lot of esoteric cables during the year about the sea monsters. Two-headed calves and reincarnated Indian girls and so forth, the majority of which I am constrained to do something about because the world is, after all, a large place and we don't know much about a lot of it as yet. But this one I frankly refuse to accept, mostly because I'd rather naturally assume that the location as given, California, must be a complete error and a misquote. I racked my brain for any place name in Eurasia or Africa that might have 9 letters, begin with K, and end in IA. The best we could come up with was Corinthia. But this was even more unlikely. Then somebody suggested Carpathia, a country of Dracula and other hominid unpleasantness, and we actually spent $6 on a follow-up. There are few people interested enough in such abstruse matters as to spend the sum in pursuit of truth, but I fancy that there were many on the morning of October 6, 1958, who doubted what they read in their morning papers just as fervently as I did this cable. The point I want to make is that this whole bit did sound quite absurd even to us, who became immune to such shocks years ago. It is all very well for abominable creatures to be pounding over snow-covered passes in Nepal and Tibet. After all, giant pandas and yaks and antelope with a nose like Jimmy Dorrant and other unlikely things come from thereabouts, and it is even conceivable that there might be a little hairy man in the vast forests of Mozambique, in view of the almost equally unlikely more or less hairless pygmies of the eastern Congo, which are there for all tourists to see, but a wild man with 17-inch foot and a 50-inch stride tromping around California was then a little too much to ask even for us to stomach, especially as we had not yet got the news story. The amazing thing is in this case was that the world press took it seriously enough even to carry it as a news item. Not so the rest of humanity, one and all, apart from a few ardent mystics and professional crackpots, and including even the citizens of Humboldt County itself, rose up in one concerted howl of righteous indignation. Everybody connected with the business, and notably poor Mr. Ginzoli, I've been calling it Ginzoli, was immediately almost smothered with brickbats. I'm not quite sure what that is. What is brickbats? What does brickbats mean? I never even heard of such a brickbats.
brickbat,
A piece of brick typically when used as a weapon. Okay. What the hell? Never heard of the word before. Brickbats. Everybody who's in business, notably before Genzoli was immediately almost smothered in brickbats. And in the meantime, however, a number of other things had happened. Most notably among these was the reappearance of Bigfoot one night before Ray Wallace returned to his operation. Now it so happened that a brother of the contractor, Wilbert Wallace, was working on the job, and he, besides seeing the foot tracks, many times witnessed 3 other annoying and to him most startling occurrences, which he had reported to his brother. I will repeat these roughly in his own words, which appeared to me not only straightforward, but most convincing. First, it was reported to him by one of his men that nearly full 55-gallon drum of diesel fluid, which had been left standing beside the road, was missing, and that Bigfoot tracks led down the road from the steep bank to the spot where it had stood, and then crossed the road, continued down the hill, and finally went over a lower bank and away into the bush. Wilbert Wallace went to inspect and found the tracks exactly as the men had stated. He also found the oil drum at the bottom of the steep bank, about 170 feet from the road. It had rolled down this bank and had apparently been thrown from the top. What is more, it had been lifted from its original resting place and apparently carried to this point, for there were no marks in the soft mud of it, having been either rolled or dragged all that distance. Second, a length of 18-inch galvanized steel culvert disappeared from a dump overnight and was found at the bottom of another bank some distance away. Third, he reported a wheel with tire for a carryall earth mover weighing over 700 pounds had likewise been in part lifted and in part rolled a quarter of a mile down the road and hurled into a deep ravine. No shit. I didn't hear about that part. Or maybe I did and I forgot. Ray Wallace, however, still remained skeptical even after hearing this from his own brother. However, on his first morning at the location, he stopped for a drink at a spring on the way down the hill and stepped right into a mass of big prints in the soft mud around the outflow. Then I gathered from him, though he is a man with a wonderfully good humor, he got good and mad. There was for him no longer any question about the existence of these monstrous human-like tracks, but there remained the question as to who was perpetrating them and why. And Ray Wallace appeared to be a hard-boiled and pragmatic man, and he was already experiencing trouble keeping men on the job. Hand-picked as they were, not a few had just had to leave for one apparent good reason or another. Only later did he learn that almost all of them did so not because they were scared by Bigfoot, but either because their wives were or because of the ribbing they had to take when they went back to civilization. Even for the evening to nearby Willow Creek. Ray Wallace said he at first thought somebody was deliberately trying to wreck his contract, and he was not alone. However, the local representative of the Hoboken Times, Mrs. Elizabeth Betty Allen, set about to investigate the possibility on her own and discovered beyond a doubt that neither good nor bad publicity nor any kind of scare actually made any difference to Mr. Wallace's contract. First, he was a subcontractor. Second, he was more than up to schedule. Third, there was no time set on the job. And fourth, it was basically contracted by Mez Ars, I guess it was Mezars, Block and Company, with the Forest Service on a performance, not a time basis. Ray Wallace got so angry he brought in a man named Ray Kerr, who had read of the matter in the press and asked for a job in order to be able to spend his spare time trying to track the culprit. Kerr brought with him a friend by the name of Bob Brezel, I guess I pronounce it, who had hunted professionally in Mexico and owned 4 good dogs and a British-made gun of enormous caliber, which considerably impressed the locals. Kerr, an experienced equipment operator, did a full daily job. Brezel did not take a job but hunted. Tracks were seen and followed by them. Then one night in late October, these two were driving down a new road after dark and state that they came upon a gigantic humanoid or human-shaped creature covered with 6-inch brown fur and squatting by the road. They said it sprang up in their headlights and crossed the road in 2 strides to vanish into the undergrowth. And they went after it with a flashlight, but the underbrush was so thick to see anything. Was too thick to see anything. They measured the road and found that it to be exactly 20 feet from the place where the creature had squatted to the little ditch where it had landed after 2 strides. 20 feet of squatted in a little ditch where it had landed after 2 strides. Spurred by this encounter, they rebounded their hunting forays, but their dogs disappeared a few days later when they were following Bigfoot's tracks some distance from the roadhead. They were never seen again, though a story was told, but later denied by its teller, that their skins and bones were found splattered about some trees. Though the story was denied, there is much reason to believe that this was done to obviate ridicule as to clear a conscience. I don't know what that means. He said, you know your words now. I'm a simple man and it doesn't anybody to talk to. So no. Remove.
Obviate.
Obviate. Remove a need or difficulty. Obviate. Obviate. So this was done to obviate ridicule as to clear a conscience. All this was, of course, taken with hoots of derision by everybody, even in Willow Creek, who had not seen any tracks, but with one notable exception. This was Andrew Genzoli. He set his newspaper senior staff photographer to Bluff Creek. The party saw fresh tracks at night and photographed them. They also found something else, as did Ray Wallace later. I have this firsthand from these professional skeptics. At first, the photographer told me he was more than just skeptical, but when he found the tracks and inspected them, he not only was convinced that they were not a hoax or a publicity stunt, but as he put it, I got the most awful feeling that I can't really describe, but it was nearer fright than anything I've ever felt when in service. But worse was in store for the newsman, for in the following the tracks down the road, they came across a pile of feces of typically human form, but, as they put it, of absolutely monumental proportions. He then added, I can only describe it as a 2-ton bear with chronic constipation. They contemplated going to fetch a shovel or some container and taking it back to Eureka for analysis, but it was a very hot night and a 5-hour drive over a dangerous road, and also, as they readily admitted, that strange laziness that so often intervenes in offbeat, rather alarming cases of this nature took over and cast the die. Press coverage had gone far enough, and they were not ecologists. Later, Ray Wallace says he stumbled upon a similar enormous mass of human-shaped droppings. He shoveled them into a can and found that they occupied exactly the same volume as a single evacuation of a 1,200-pound horse. Further, foot tracks and other incidences continued all that fall and throughout the winter until the spring of 1959, ending in February. However, later in the spring, 2 flyers, a husband and wife, in a private plane were flying over Bluff Creek area. It was April and there was still snow on the mountainous tops, from some of which are bare of trees. It is alleged that they spotted great tracks and in the snow, and that on following them they sighted the creature that had made them. It was enormous humanoid covered with brown fur. According to the second-hand accounts, I tried to locate this couple with the cooperation of local flyers, several of them having heard of the report, but despite the praiseworthy clandestineness of flyers, their willing offer to help, I had not at the time of writing been able to identify this couple. The story may be a rumor or wishful thinking. So also may 3 other recent and a whole host of past, old, and even ancient reports of actual meetings with one or more Bigfoot in this area. Among these are alleged statements by 2 doctors of having met one on Route 299 earlier in 1958, and of a lady of much Pure, probity? Probity? He uses these fancy fucking words that we don't use. I don't know anybody who uses these words. But then again, I don't know anybody. I hardly know anybody. Probity. Probity. The quality of having strong morals, principles, honest, and decency. I thought it would be.
Probity.
But how many people use probity? I mean, how many of you ever heard of anybody, if anybody hears this, which I doubt it, but if anybody hears this, have you ever heard anybody say probity before? And if you have a better social life than I have, because I don't got anybody to talk to. That's why I'm doing this. Whatever you do, don't end up with something like multiple sclerosis and become old. Because I can tell you one thing, the rest of the world don't want nothing to do with you. And if you are one of those people that has somebody who wants to do with you and you're in this situation, you should count your blessings, I guess. I'm thinking maybe there's a reason I'm still living is because I have nobody to love me to death. Gotta do this, gotta do that, you gotta take this, you know what I mean? It's like, probity. Probity. What a name, what a word, probity. Probity. A lady of much probity who with her daughter saw two, one smaller by far than the other, feeding on a hillside above Hoopa Valley. This lady, to whom a partner of mine talked, but who does not wish her name publicized, don't blame her, also stated that when she was a young girl, people used to see these creatures from time to time when they went fishing up certain creeks. She once saw one swimming Bluff Creek when it was flooded. She also stated that in the olden days, people did not go above certain points. Didn't go certain points up the side of valleys due to the presence of these creatures. More important was a positive flood of further alleged discoveries of similar foot tracks by all manner of local citizenry over a wide area and extended back for many years that came to light as soon as the local press began to take this whole matter seriously. But as this came in, public resentment and ridicule mounted so that the reporters became even more cagey. Finally, Betty Allen, who was an old-time resident and with experience as an assistant U.S. commissioner in Alaska, started talking to the Hoopa and the Yurok Amerids about these matters, and little by little, an amazing picture emerged. They'd known about it all along, but just like everything else, nobody listened. Okay. We are now seven, the late North Americans.
Hyperbole.
Hyperbole. What is hyperbole again? Exaggerated statements and claims not meant to be taken literally. Hyperbole from the Northwest. You can take the title of this chapter any way you like. Late is an unusual word. It has two completely opposite meanings that imply novelty or extinction. There is also a connotation of tardiness about a latecomer. This versus my purpose This serves my purpose well. Okay. When Betty Allen started browsing around among her Amerindian friends, she brought to light two sets of surprising facts. First was simply that said friends, one and all, had always known about the Tokamusis and Oma, completely accepted them as being quite real and regarded them as in no wise bizarre. They had, however, quite rightly long since decided that they were not a suitable topic for this conversation with white men, since it seemed to annoy them while they're even mentioning their beliefs about the matter only aggravated the general contempt in which all of the other ideas had already held. There were those among the Ameririds, even the older generation, who just brushed the business aside and referred to it as folklore. Surprisingly, though, there proved to be not a few among the younger generation who met the white man's skepticism with a deep-rooted scorn of their own, who affirmed that there was absolutely no doubt that these man-like creatures still existed, and not in too few numbers either. Not only all over this territory, but all over other white areas. I had the privilege of talking to some of these young people myself and was much impressed. I might also say startled, not only by their sincerity, but also by their matter-of-fact way in which they discussed it, and their reasons for not previously discussing it with any outsiders. Though I have the permission of some of these new friends to mention their names, I will refrain from doing so because they would undoubtedly be subjected to ridicule and unmerciful ribbing, even in their own community. I will not report in full what they told me, nor all that Betty Allen learned, because it is highly repetitious, and is little different from all the other accounts I have given of observations of the creatures, and does not really add any new details. One and all of the category of account of which I speak were first-hand. I have some 24 on file, alleged encounters with the creatures in and about this block of montane forest, which I call the Klamath. The interesting thing is that these reports go back to the 1930s, but become increasingly more frequent up to till 1958. Since then, they have formed a positive flood. My interpretation of this is that while the age of the tellers naturally showed up systematically, about another factor is much more important. This factor is that it is only comparatively recently that roads have been started into these large areas of national forest. The Jeep caused the first move in this activity, being one better than a mule in this country, but needing at least a clear path of a certain width that might loosely be called a road. Next, the government decided to open up these national forests to timber cruising. It having been demonstrated that one of the best ways to conserve timberland is to cut out the oversized and overaged trees which retard new growth. Road building programs for the first time took large numbers of people into areas not previously penetrated, or into which people found it hard to go even to hunt. These are the retreats of the Oma. The other thing that Betty Allen brought to light was that much more surprising fact that this was not by any means only an Amerindian folktale. She began to hear the names of white men and others who, it was said, had also met or seen these creatures. She went about these persons too, and found out in due course that it was so, and that they, in turn, had not been saying anything for fear of ridicule. I withhold their names too, as I do not have the permission of any to publish them, and I would no more wish to embarrass them than I would my Amerindian friends. Most of these had also been employed on road construction, but there were others, including 2 doctors of medicine, returning from a mass emergency late one night along Route 299 going east from Willow Creek, who said they had nearly ran into one, although they had slowed down thinking it was to be somebody signaling for a lift. They said that it was at least 7 feet tall when it stood up and had straight legs but very long arms, and was clothed in a thick, a lightish brown fur, and who better than even tired medicine men ought to know, some of these local stories went back 30 years. Then there was the extremely unsavory to me interjection of the business of little people. It is a peculiarly odd one in this neighborhood for several reasons. First, the Emirates will not, as far as I have been able to determine, come right out and either assert or deny their existence. Unlike the giants, of which they speak quite factually, they seem to regard these pygmies with a high degree of superstition, and their folk tales and are rife with stories of such little people playing with their children on riverbanks, but while being visible to youngsters, being invisible to adults. This is a very widespread myth that crops up all over the world about fairies, pixies, and such like little folk. However, some white people are of higher education and resident on the outskirts of fully opened up and settled areas have told the same story perfectly straight, but have also, in several cases, implied that they had summed or had definite grounds for supposing that these little hairy ones were young of the Omas. Simultaneously, this dearth of direct claims that these midgets have been seen in marked contrast to reports that their little foot tracks have actually been found both in snow and mud much more often than those of the giants. I have seen sketches of these drawn to scale, but so far no photographs are plaster casts. Many times they are said to crowd around pools and depressions in snow and to trail in and out of the undergrowth in all directions. They are very funny little imprints, averaging only about 4 inches long, and do, for the life of me, look very like those of tiny men, but with very pointed heels. I frankly don't like this. I don't like it one bit, and it also upsets me. All of us almost automatically become annoyed with anything new, and especially when it appears to conflict with our logic and the orderly tenor of our lives. Perhaps you will say that if I can accept the possibility of the presence of giants, I ought to be able to take little people in my stride. So I should, but I am afraid that I am a very pragmatic person, and there is something unsettled about these little prints. Perhaps it is that I have not seen them in the fresh state myself. In fact, I find myself performing all mental gyrations of the most advanced skeptics and debunkers in this case. And I know full well that I am doing my damnedest to explain them away. The first thing one thinks of, just like the zoologist confronted with the Himalayan Yeti, is any kind of local animal that might produce these tracks, or by Jove, by Jove, there are, I guess it's probably by Jove. By Jove, there certainly is one. This is a large western porcupine. This animal has an astonishingly human-looking hind foot when seen from above, apart from large claws. It also it has a somewhat pointed heel, but there is the problem of its claws. And then there is another objection. The porcupine can waddle along on its hind feet quite well, but like the ground sloth, it has a thick, stubby tail that is directed downward, and which forms a tripod with the hind legs when the animal is standing up. However, it can be raised somewhat and could possibly be carried off the ground. At the same time, the claws on the back feet of really large porcupines are actually raised well off the ground, so that the swollen pads under the feet can sink into soft substances quite a way before the claws leave imprints. Yet these tracks clearly show 5 toes, not sharply incised claw marks, and of about the same size and arranged almost straight across the front of the feet. An endeavor to overcome this fact, an ingenious naturalist friend of mine has suggested that the claws of the animals sometimes acquire globular incrustations of ice in winter when they are tramping about in wet snow, and when a frost is coming on, and that these might produce the impressions of toes. But what then of the tracks in mud, all over and by thousands? And as I say, I don't like this business, but I also don't like leaving it up in the air. Yet I have nothing to add to it as of now, unless I can go and find some tracks in the mud myself and carry out my own particular kind of investigation thereupon, I shall refrain from further comment. Then there has been another most peculiar business in this area. It transpired that nearby certain persons who are free white family folk live in rather expensive houses, sometimes of the split-level ranch type, on the blacktop roads around which school buses parade daily to take their offsprings to be educated. In many cases, they own houses which stand in several acres of land backed up against solid forests that has not been touched except for logging on large timber a century ago. They had something most unpleasant to report. These people live not more than 30 miles from a large and bustling modern city. They stated in confidence and off the record to certain locals, for whose veracity I will vouch, that they had for long experienced a problem. This was simply that their kids, i.e. under 7 years old, had been found to be playing in the back fields by the borders of the forest with certain friendly, small, hairy ones, who, when alarmed by the approach of human adults, allegedly took to the trees. Said human kids, on reaching the age of reason, turned out not to want to talk about this abomination, while their parents most definitely did not want to talk about it. Nonetheless, they have talked a bit, and I pass it on to you for what it's worth. This is the kind of thing that gets people really riled. It also seems to me to slop over into the realm of little peoples that only kids can see. Let us just suppose for a moment that mothers permit their kids to play with ours up to about the age of 7, but tell them to cut it out the moment one of our adults appear over the fence. Naturally, it would be only the kids who see the little hairy ones. There is no better playmate for a child than a 2-year-old chimpanzee. There are other items connected with ABS emery. I can't pronounce it. Generally, in this area and to the north of it, which I also do not like, but which should be presented, and also without comment, and this comes from, of all places, Albany in Oregon, which is in the Willamette. I guess that's how you pronounce it. Let me see if we can pronounce it. Wilmot, something like that. What the hell? It's all about learning. That's for me. And fighting the good fight. Willamette.
Willamette.
Willamette. So in the Willamette Valley at the foot of Mount Jefferson and concerns a certain lake, Conser. A brief notice of this was published in Fate magazine issued for January 1961 and read, Albany, Oregon. The monster of Courser Lake is still on the loose. The creature reportedly stands about 2 webbed italics mine feet. Stands on 2 feet. It is 7 to 8 feet tall, tall, and with its shaggy white hair somewhat resembles a gorilla. It keeps pace with a truck going 35 miles an hour and never harmed anyone, though. This is a nasty one, but let me give you some further details. These were contained in a letter to a friend of mine dated October 27, 1960. Creatures several last reported of being sighted on farmer's farm. An attempt was being made to contact farmer, whom to date wants my name and address held secret. Have made 5 investigation trips and have for evidence a fingerprint left off a house window, including a plaster casting of a footprint. Right. Have personal taped accounts of this creature plus many interviews. This includes photographs. He is of 7 feet tall, 400 pounds. Can move at tremendous speeds, jump tremendous distances, and no news items concerning this being have been printed in the Portland papers. He displays extreme cunning, walks and runs erect, appears frustrated, acts as if would like to communicate. He makes extremely high-pitched sounds. His hair or fur has a slight glow in the dark. Yeah, sure fucking does. It's like electricity. And is 3 to 4 inches long. He walks on feet. He walks with feet 19 inches long, and that make a squishy sound. Has been seen in daylight and at night, and seen to disappear once into the lake. Will send you a complete report as soon as I can. Creature first sighted several miles north of Albany, Oregon, in a dense land area, approximately 3 square miles open land extended all around this area and dotted with farms. Have any ideas how he got there? Sorry for the delay, for there has been new developments. A farmer who wishes to remain anonymous has sighted several of on his farm. He is attempting to make friends with them. One is brown and the other is white. At times they imitate his voice when he talks to them. Mr. Farmer is an animal trainer, and at the last report, steady progress is being made. Star was contacted by this farmer and has promised that the location and that his name not be revealed. I would like to investigate further, but I am handicapped. God, I know how that feeling goes. They are about 7 feet high, covered with long hair, which hangs over their faces. They walk erect with all fours. They have taken a shine to the horses, but the horses were frightened of them. Lots of footprints around and are cloven. 2 weeks ago, the sheriff of Salem told me that he heard on the radio KBCY that a person had called in saying that he had seen a creature near Highway 99. I talked to the announcer in Salem and verified the event. I am busy writing you a complete report. Hope this will suffice for a while. I'm afraid this did not hold me even for a little while, because it is altogether one of the most shocking reports that has yet come into my hands, and I have been pursuing the matter diligently with however no results whatsoever. This remark about going into the water on the part of the ABSM is fairly common and causes me to think fiercely on two accounts. First, it is really a very bizarre thing for anyone who is making a good story out of a series of lies to think up into a cave or even into a swamp, yes, but into water per se, just as if it were an aquatic or at least semi-aquatic creature is very weird. At the same time, one just has to take into account the perfectly astonishing theory put forward by Professor Sir Alister Hardy of Oxford early in 1960, on which, utterly bizarre as it at first sounds, has been most seriously considered by scientists and fully accepted, at least possible by many. This suggests that one branch of the general arthropods stock, and although Sir Alister calls them apes, I think we should surely name them hominids, or at least as already being on the man branch of that stock rather than on the or ape branch. Because, about a million years ago, took a semi-aquatic life, and especially along the seacoast, but lets this bold savant state his case in his own words. Many apes were driven to hunt in the sea by fierce competition for food in the forest. At first they waded and groped in the water, but gradually learned how to swim. Over a period of several 100,000 years, the species lost its hair, and it carried on its marine life. The only hair left was on the very top of its head to help protect the creature from the sun. The sea ape learned to stand upright because water helped support the body. It developed longer legs and its land-based brother ape for swimming. Its hands became sensitively shaped to allow it to feel along the seabed for shellfish and open crabs. It learned to use tools by picking up stones to crack open sea urchins. It would be only a step from man to discover that flint, chipped into sharper and more useful tools, knives and arrows. Then, armed with such equipment, he is erect posture, and he was all set for the chase. He could now reconquer the continent, running and hunting the animals of the plains. I estimate that apes were driven into shallow sea waters a million years ago, then emerged as men about 50,000 years ago. He said he had discussed his theory with many other scientists, and they have been unable to find a flaw in it. AP. Footnote: The story behind this story is even more fascinating than the theory itself, and will be told in the forthcoming sequel of this book. Author. A quote from the story of the New York Herald Tribune, March 7, 1960, from March 6, verbatim AP report on a conference of marine scientists in Britain, England. Britain, England. I think we're hybrids. I think something hybridizes us. We just don't fit in. If in the sea, why not also even more previously in rivers, lakes, ponds, and more especially as swamps and marshes, were much more prevalent in the past than they are now, particularly in the Plovian period, following the ice advances and retreats of the past million years. Then again, there is another more convincing aspect of this idea as follows. If at the beginning of the Pliocene, oh God, I can't say the word. So sorry. I know it, I said it, I read it before, I studied as a child, and I fucking can't say it.
Pleistocene.
Pleistocene. As if at the beginning of the Pleistocene there were a variety of primitive arthropods of the hominid branch scattered above the earth, and if all of these were hairy but did not all become extinct as we have until now supposed, we have some ready-made characters for our ABSMs. Let us suppose that several of these started going into water after food, and that one, or perhaps several types, did very well at it, and lost their body hair, and learned to crack stones and all the rest, and then came back to conquer the land as men, just as Professor Hardy suggests. This still need not presuppose that all of them did so. Some of the types that started the practice may never have gotten further than ducking into inland lakes, and while they did not keep it at it fervently enough to lose their body hair, they did develop very long toes with an almost complete web between them. Do not forget that we still have two half-webbed toes ourselves. Our third and fourth toe, and please don't fail to take a look at the California Bigfoot, in which the second ball appears to be in a large basal big toe joint. Page 333, all of the toes of this type must then be very long and be webbed because the mud and snow don't squish up between them, but forms and always forms a tall angular ridge running at right angles to the direction of travel, just where it would be bunched up if the foot were webbed. We might therefore legitimately conceive of the Squatch, Oma type ABSMs at least being relics of early hominids with semi-aquatic habits. However, to interject at this point, I recently received a report from a neighboring area which would seem to indicate something of the same nature. This came to me from a young man in our Air Force whose wife is part Amerindian. He lived until recently on Maka Indian Reservation at Nia Bay, Washington. This young man got in touch with me and through a magazine publisher stating that he had some information that might interest me. I wrote him and replied receiving some very charming and lightly informative letters, the contents of which I see no reason to question. Among these he wrote, "In my letter to you, I mentioned the 18.5-inch footprint that were found out on the beach. I know these weren't made by any man going around with a foot cut out of a piece of wood. This beach is about 8 miles in the backwoods and it's very hard to spot and to get it to. It's very hard to spot to get to. Another occasion, last summer, one of the fishermen out there was going to bed and heard a lot of splashing going on in the swamp in his backyard. From what he told me, he got a flashlight and went out there to take a look around and seen this huge creature tearing back into the woods after the light hit him. Up to that date, there has been nothing more seen of it. Although many people are waiting for it to come back, the day this person told me of what happened, I took a gun and went into the swamp to look around. I actually found huge hunks of hair that must have been pulled loose when he ran back into the woods that night. I have hunted and killed quite a few bears around here, but the hair that I found that day was definitely not hair from a bear. For one reason, there was a couple of hairs that I measured to be close to 14 inches long, and these hunks had very strong odor, unlike any bear that I have killed. There is also one other occasion that makes me think about the abominable snowman is up around this neck of the woods. This happened to me one time before I read your articles in the True magazine. One evening I went up this unused logging road to hunt bear. I was some 13 miles up this road, and there is not one person living about 20 miles around. On this occasion, I happened to be alone. So envious. I wish I could do this too. We always, anyway, I was sitting on a stump and was sitting there for about an hour when I heard this high-pitched scream like a baby, but this went on for almost an hour, and the more I listened to it, the more I decided that it wasn't a mountain lion. Then after a while it stopped, and I never heard it again. I left without looking around. Then after I read your article, I thought it might have been a snowman up there. I went up there quite a few times after that, but never heard or seen anything. Once again, I have received nothing more from this source. It has always been my firm belief as a reporter that children don't lie. By this I mean that while real kids say under 7 live in a world of their own, and people buy many things that are not of our world but which are still most real to them. And while young persons from 7 to the age of puberty delight in pulling the legs of their elders with tall tales, all young persons are much more basically honest than grown-ups. More important, I do not believe that a young person can carry a lie forced upon him or her by an elder for any length of time, and especially under sympathetic questioning. I am therefore always interested in what young people have to say, provided that they know that I am sincerely interested and have an open mind. I am not critical of their age. Young people are always extremely keen observers, perhaps because they take a more nearly worm's eye view of life, and because their senses are more acute. Thus, when somebody tells me something that happened to them when they were young, I like to listen. This then formed from a young person about an instant when she was still younger. Dear Mr. Sanderson, I have just finished reading your story concerning the abominable sink man of Northern California. Before I write any further, I would like to say that what I am about to say is positively true, and I have never told anyone this story before for fear that they would think that I was half cracked and out of my mind. I have seen this man monster and can give you detailed description of him. He is far from being pretty and still wake up nights dreaming of him. When I was about 9 years old, at about 10 o'clock in the morning, where near the Eel River above Eureka, California, at the edge of a meadow near the river's edge, under what circumstances my family and I were fishing on the Eel River. We had been camped in the vicinity for about 2 weeks and had had poor luck when it came to fishing. I used to go for a short walk before breakfast because there was a very pretty meadow about a mile or two from our camp, and I used to love to see the mist rise off the grass. I was only about 10 years old at the time, and the world of nature was something which both fascinated and enthralled me. I remember that time. I miss that time. The best time of my life. I entered the meadow and proceeded to cross it in order to reach a small knoll at the other side. When I approached the foot of the knoll, I heard a sound. It was the sound of someone walking, and I thought perhaps my little brother had followed me and was going to jump out and try to scare me. I hollered, "All right, stinker, I know you're there." Needless to say, it was not my brother that appeared. Instead, it was a creature that I will never forget as long as I live. He stepped out of the bushes, and I froze like a statue. He and it was about 7.5 feet to 10 to 8 feet tall. He was covered with brown stuff that looked more like soft down than fur. He had small eyes set close together and had a red look about them. The eyes had a red look about them. His nose was very large and flat against his face. He had a large mouth with straightest looking fangs that I have ever seen. His form was that of a human, and he had hands and feet enormous size, but very human looking. However, there is one thing that I have not mentioned. The strangest and most frightening thing of all, he had on clothes. Yes, that's right. They were tattered and torn and barely covered him, but they were still there. He made a horrible growling sound that I don't think I could imitate by any living thing. I don't think it could be imitated by any living thing. Believe me, I turned and ran as fast as I could. I reached camp, winding and stayed scared all the while. I reached the camp winded. I reached the camp winded and stayed scared all the while we were there. I have often thought that perhaps it was a mutation of some kind. I think this thing is highly dangerous and something should definitely be done about it. I would be willing to testify to anything I have stated in this letter. I am not a crackpot, and I am completely sound of mind and body. I just thought you might be interested to know what your man monster really looks like. Believe me, if you saw him, he would scare the wits out of you, I know. It's true. Scared the living shit out of me the second time I had car. Signed, yours truly, Miss BC. It is not perhaps quite proper to interject the following comments at this point, but I contend a reporter has a right to indulge some speculation upon matters that he has investigated firsthand. This may be an infringement upon editorial rights, but I can be fobbed off as background information. It can be fobbed off. Never heard fobbed off. What does fob mean? That means, is that even a word? We'll see if it's even a word. Okay. Fobbed. Fobbed. Is that, let's see where it is there towards it. I know he has F. Fobbed? I'm sorry, I'm looking at a word I can't crease in the little page. Fabbed off? It's fabbed. I guess it is a word. Now the next thing is they say it right. Here we go. That's not going to work.
Fabbing. Fab.
What does fab mean? It's like fibbing? Fabbing? Who uses that word? That's a better question. Who actually uses it?
Fab.
Past tense fabbed. Past participle fabbed. Pronounced. Micro fab. Fabricating? Is that what it means? Oh, that's probably what it's fabbing. It doesn't look like an A. It looks like phobia. I might be fabbed off as background information. But it can be fabbed off as background information. It seems to me that there is something to this whole bit in California, Oregon, and Washington, and that it is pretty fatuous to try and put all down to any one standard explanation such as the hoax or publicity stunt or Indian folktale or mass hypnotization or mass cases of mistaken identity of known animals or other suggestions of that nature. We all are pretty odd, but we are not all liars and crackpots. Further, I don't believe it to be either right or justified to dub all Washingtonians, Oregonians, and North Californians as either just because they say something or we don't like or which doesn't fit into our orderly pattern of what is and is not supposed to be. At the same time, I don't give a hang what any expert actually says. There are enormous areas in those 3 states about which nobody, not even the majority of their inhabitants, knows anything. I really cannot see why some new thing should not turn up in those states. If you could read all the reports that I have, and much more, if you could listen to my recordings or have been with me when I interviewed and got to know the good people who had the guts to tell these stories, I think everyone interested would be not just amazed, but somewhat ashamed. It is so easy to sit back in one's own house, surrounded by all the normal known things of modern life, and say, phooey, that's what it is, phooey. But get out in the woods and get hungry, a person will begin to see a lot of things he never saw before and would never have seen if he had not got lost and run out of food. Thus, when a teenager writes to me from a delightfully named happy camp at the edge of Klamath area and says, reading your story and America's Abominable Snowman, I find very interesting, but I think they've only found the baby. Here in Happy Camp, our cars are turned over and rolled into the river. 6-foot tree uprooted. 6-foot trees, I guess it must be the base, the trunk of it, uprooted, slides into the mountains, and when it snows 10 feet deep, 1-inch power lines are snapped in two, and the daddy must cause this. I do not yell for Paul Bunyan, going into gales of laughter. Maybe there was no flood that shifted the cars, and the trees were 6 feet tall and not thicker. I don't understand anything you said there. If things as bizarre can happen or be alleged to happen right in our own backyard, we should be doubly careful of criticizing things that are reported to happen beyond our borders. And when these form a logical concomitant, oh God, sorry. Using these big old words that no one else uses. Like somebody who's well educated, and obviously I'm not.
Concomitant.
Concomitant. And what the hell does concomitant mean? Concomitant. Concomitant. concomitant used to describe something that happens at the same time as another thing and is connected with it. Concomitant. Well, who the hell would even use that word, concomitant? I mean, can you imagine talking to someone and they use that word to you? Concomitant. Oh, Mr. Hotty Toddy, a concomitant. All right, concomitant. So we're at this. And when these form of logical concomitant to happenings in our own bailiwick. What the fuck? Dude, why do you use these words? My God. I know you're proving to me that I'm an idiot. Thanks. It didn't take very much to do that, by the way, to prove that I'm an idiot. Yeah, it doesn't take that much. Concomitant. Now we gotta talk about this. What the hell? Who would use this word? Not in my neck of the woods. Then again, nobody in my neck of the woods talks to me, so I don't know. Okay. Concomitant. And listen carefully to the course of the damnable and frustration of dealing with horn. Bailiwick. What is a bailiwick? Sounds very English, though. Bailiwick, but that doesn't mean it is. What is a bailiwick?
Bailiwick.
Now, what is it? Bailiwick. Bailiwick is one sphere of operation in a particular area of interest, a distinct jurisdiction of a bailey or bailiff. Bailiwick. Well, fuck.
Bailiwick.
Yeah, bailiwick. I say unto you, bailiwick, and more of it. The logical concomitant of the happenings of our own bailiwick, we ought to listen most carefully. Of course, there is the damnable and added frustration of dealing with foreign matters inherent in their very foreignness. One cannot often go and look into them firsthand, and if one does, one has language and other difficulties, like words like bailiwick and concomitant. Moreover, if we doubt our own citizens, how much more so may we not those of other countries? This is all a pity, but nonetheless, the way things are. From now on, therefore, I won't expect anyone to believe what I report at all. I go first over the border south of our sister republic, Mexico. I'm on a Mexican radio. Oh, I'm on.
You're going to try, go all the way. Otherwise, don't even start. If you are going to try, go all the way. This could mean losing girlfriends, wives, relatives, jobs, and maybe your mind.
Running break I feel. Seasons don't change who we are. The good is gone, but there's nowhere to go. Seasons don't change who we are. The good is gone, but there's nowhere to go.